The cold northern winds sweep over the jagged coastline, carrying with them the sharp scent of the sea. The sky is a soft gray, stretching endlessly above as the waves crash against the rocky shores. You can feel the chill in the air, a constant reminder that the land you stand on is not for the faint-hearted. This is the land of the Vikings, a harsh, unforgiving world that shapes those who live here into fierce, relentless warriors. You walk along the shore, the soft crunch of frost beneath your boots, your breath visible in the frigid air. To your left, a longboat is anchored, its sleek hull cutting through the water like a predator in the deep. This is the vessel that carries the Vikings across the seas, their conquest and exploration of the known world fueled by their desire for glory, riches, and a place in history. Historians still debate whether the Viking Age was purely a time of raids and pillage, or whether these seafarers were also traders, settlers, and explorers, carving out a new world in the unknown. What we do know is that their world was one of constant motion, their horizons ever expanding, as they sailed the seas from the frozen north to the Mediterranean and beyond. As you gaze out across the water, you can almost hear the call of the Viking warriors as they prepare to set sail for new lands, their eyes filled with the promise of adventure. The land behind you is one of quiet villages, their wooden homes standing firm against the harsh winds, while in the distance, you see the silhouette of a great longhouse, a symbol of Viking society, where the strongest men and women come together to feast, strategize, and tell stories of battles fought and won. This is where the Vikings begin, a people shaped by the land they come from, whose destiny would take them far beyond the shores of their homeland, into the annals of history. Now, let's ease into tonight's journey. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls of the Viking hall. The scent of burning wood fills the air, mixing with the earthy smell of the fur-lined seats where Viking warriors sit, drinking mead and telling tales of their latest exploits. You can feel the warmth of the fire, but there's an underlying chill in the air. This is a place for men and women who are born of battle, born of the cold. As you listen, a Viking warrior speaks of the lands they've conquered, of the people they've encountered, and of the codes that govern them. The Viking Code, known as the Viking Laws of Honor, was simple: bravery in battle, loyalty to your kin, and respect for your leaders. Those who failed in battle or showed cowardice were considered dishonorable and would be cast aside. It was a world where the strength of the sword determined the strength of the soul. Historians still debate the extent to which the Vikings adhered to these codes in their daily lives. Some argue that they were as brutal and barbaric as their raids suggest, while others believe that they had a deep sense of honor and respect for their fellow warriors. What is undeniable, however, is that the Viking code of honor was central to their identity. It was what gave them the strength to conquer, to explore, and to leave behind a legacy that endures today. But it wasn't just the warriors who shaped Viking society. The Viking women, often forgotten in the grand narrative, were warriors in their own right, managing households, farming, and sometimes even fighting alongside their male counterparts. Their role in the Viking world was crucial, and without them, the strength of the Viking culture would not have been possible. As the night deepens, the flickering flames of the fire cast long shadows across the room. You feel a sense of camaraderie in the air, a sense that these people, these Vikings, are bound together not just by blood, but by something deeper, something that will carry them across the seas into history. The sound of the Viking longships slicing through the water is rhythmic, almost soothing, as the sea churns beneath you. You stand at the edge of the shore, watching as the Vikings prepare for their next voyage. Their longships, sleek and fast, are a marvel of design, their dark wooden hulls decorated with intricate carvings of dragons and wolves, symbols of strength and power. The ships are more than just vessels. They are the lifeblood of the Viking world, carrying their warriors across the seas, bringing with them their hopes, dreams, and often their violence. As you watch them prepare to set sail, you can almost feel the excitement in the air. This isn't just a journey, it's an adventure, a conquest. The Vikings are not just raiders, but explorers. They sail to the coasts of Ireland, England, and Scotland, reaching as far as North America, nearly 5 centuries before Columbus. The world they know is vast, and they are determined to chart every corner of it. Historians still debate whether the Vikings were primarily motivated by the quest for wealth, or if their exploration was driven by the need for new lands to settle. Some suggest that their raids were a means of survival, while others argue that the Vikings were simply seeking glory and fame, driven by a desire to carve their names into history. Whatever the reason, one thing is clear: their longships and their fearlessness made them the most formidable seafaring people of their time. As the ships glide out of the harbor, you watch as the Vikings sail into the unknown, their eyes fixed on the horizon. You can't help but wonder, what drove them? What made them willing to face the dangers of the sea, to fight battles in foreign lands, and to leave behind their homes, their families, and their familiar shores? The answer, perhaps, lies in the heart of the Viking warrior code, the desire for honor, for glory, and for a place in the legends of the world. The sound of clashing swords fills the air, sharp and grating against the stillness of the morning. You stand on the shore, watching as the Viking raiders descend upon a coastal village. The villagers, startled and unprepared, scatter in panic as the Vikings land their ships on the beach, their shields raised and swords gleaming in the pale light of dawn. The Vikings are swift, efficient, and ruthless in their approach, cutting down any who stand in their way. As you watch, you realize that this is not just an attack. It is a spectacle. The Vikings do not merely raid for survival, they raid for wealth, for fame, and for the thrill of battle. The Viking raiders are fierce, and their reputation precedes them. The very mention of their name strikes fear into the hearts of those who live along the coasts of Europe. They are the Stormbringers, the Sea Wolves, the barbarians from the north who cannot be stopped. Historians still debate the motivations behind the Viking raids. Some argue that they were simply the result of a need for resources, while others suggest that they were driven by a desire for vengeance, or a deep-rooted warrior culture that saw battle as a rite of passage. What is certain, however, is that the Vikings changed the course of history. Their raids brought about the fall of many kingdoms, including the Anglo-Saxons, and helped to reshape the political landscape of Europe. But even in the midst of their violence, the Vikings had a sense of honor. They did not attack indiscriminately, but rather targeted specific settlements, places that were rich in treasure or had strategic value. They were not mindless savages. They were tactical warriors, using their knowledge of the seas and their military prowess to carve out a new world for themselves. As the Vikings sail away from the burning village, the echoes of battle still reverberate in the distance. The spoils of war gold, silver, and prisoners are already being divided among the raiders. And as you watch them disappear into the horizon, you realize that this is only the beginning of their journey. The wind howls across the plains as you sit at the edge of a great Viking settlement, watching the smoke rise from the longhouses and the fields of grain swaying in the breeze. The Vikings have settled, but their influence stretches far beyond these shores. They have left their mark on the lands they have conquered, on the people they have interacted with, and on the world that knows their name. The Viking legacy is one of conquest, but also of settlement, exploration, and cultural exchange. The Vikings were not just destroyers, they were creators, builders, and pioneers. They established trade routes that connected the Norse world to the Byzantine Empire, Arab caliphates, and even North America. They traded goods, shared knowledge, and brought their own culture to the lands they settled. Historians still debate the Viking legacy, whether they were ultimately a force for good or evil. Some see them as ruthless conquerors, others as daring adventurers who changed the world. But what is certain is that the Vikings were a force that shaped the course of history. They left behind artifacts, legends, and memories that continue to inspire fascination today. As the sun sets over the Viking settlement, you feel the weight of their legacy on your shoulders. The Vikings may have disappeared from the world stage, but their impact remains. Their longships still sail through the waters of history, their tales still told around campfires and in the halls of great houses. As you look out at the vast expanse of the world, you realize that the Vikings were not just warriors. They were visionaries, dreamers, and adventurers. And their story is one that continues to captivate, to inspire, and to remind us of the power of the human spirit to conquer the unknown. The cool night air blows through the open windows of a Viking longhouse, the flickering fire casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. You sit, wrapped in the warm glow of the hearth, the heavy scent of smoke and pine wood surrounding you. The room is filled with warriors, their armor clinking softly as they lean in to hear the tales of their ancestors. It is in this environment that the Viking Code of Honor was forged, a set of principles that bound them together, a code that shaped their world. The Viking Code was simple, yet powerful. Honor in battle, loyalty to kin, and the protection of your people. The Vikings had a deep respect for courage and strength. Those who showed bravery in battle were celebrated, while those who faltered were seen as weak. Yet the code went beyond the battlefield. It was about keeping your word, respecting your elders, and holding yourself to a higher standard of integrity. As you listen, you begin to realize that the Vikings were not just ferocious warriors. They were bound by a sense of duty and honor that made them unlike any other warriors of their time. The idea of dying in battle, of gaining eternal glory in Valhalla, was central to their identity. A warrior who died in battle was not seen as unfortunate, but as someone who had earned a place among the gods. And so, with every raid, every conquest, the Viking warriors were not just seeking gold or land, they were seeking the promise of honor in the afterlife. Historians still debate whether the Viking Code was truly followed to the letter, or whether it was more of a cultural ideal. Some suggest that it was a tool for propaganda, a way to create unity among the tribes, while others argue that the code was a genuine part of Viking society, woven into the fabric of their identity. What is clear, however, is that this code shaped every aspect of their lives, from the way they fought to the way they lived. As the fire crackles, you feel the weight of the Viking Code hanging in the air. These warriors, fierce and relentless, were driven not only by the desire for wealth, but by the unbreakable bond they shared with their ancestors and their gods. The sky is just beginning to darken as the sun sets behind the Viking longships that line the shores. The ships, sleek and elegant, are ready for their next journey across the open seas into the unknown. You stand at the edge of the harbor, watching as the Viking explorers prepare to sail. These are not just raiders. They are pioneers, daring to venture into lands that no one else has seen. The Vikings are known for their raids, but they were also some of the most accomplished explorers of their time. Their ships, with their shallow hulls and strong sails, allowed them to navigate both the open ocean and the shallow rivers of Europe. This made them a formidable presence on the seas, capable of reaching distant lands far beyond the known world. Historians still debate how far the Vikings truly traveled during their age of exploration. While it is well documented that they sailed to Iceland, Greenland, and even North America, some believe that the Vikings may have traveled even further, to places such as Asia or the Americas, much earlier than Columbus. Whether or not they actually made it to these distant lands remains a mystery. But what is certain is that the Viking explorers were among the first to push the boundaries of the known world. As you stand there, watching the ships set sail, you feel a sense of awe. These explorers were not just searching for new lands. They were searching for something greater, something beyond the horizon. They were driven by a thirst for knowledge, for adventure, and for the glory that came with discovering new territories. You step into the heart of a Viking village, where the sound of laughter and conversation fills the air. The longhouse stands before you, its wooden walls thick with the weight of history. Inside, the warmth of the fire beckons you, the crackling of the flames filling the room. The longhouse is the beating heart of Viking society, a place where warriors, farmers, and families gather to eat, drink, and tell stories. The longhouse is more than just a building. It is a symbol of the Viking way of life. The walls are lined with skins and tapestries, depicting scenes of battle, hunting, and the gods. At the center, a great fire burns brightly, providing heat and light for the entire hall. The air is thick with the scent of roasted meats, and the sound of meat being poured into horns fills the room. Historians still debate how the Vikings balanced their roles as warriors with their daily lives. While the image of the Viking warrior is widely known, less is said about the Viking farmer and the Viking craftsman. These individuals played just as important a role in Viking society, providing the food and tools necessary for survival. The Viking society was a complex system where every role, whether it was that of a warrior, a farmer, or a craftsman, was vital for the community's survival and success. As you sit by the fire, you feel the connection to the past. The Viking longhouse is a place where stories are passed down from generation to generation, where the legacy of the warriors lives on. This is the place where the Vikings forged their bond, where their honor, loyalty, and strength were nurtured. The sea is calm as the Viking longships approach the coast of a small village. You can feel the excitement in the air, the thrill of the upcoming raid. The warriors stand at the ready, their eyes fixed on the shore, their swords and shields gleaming in the early morning light. They know that this raid will bring them wealth, but more importantly, it will bring them glory. The Vikings were not just raiders, they were strategists. They didn't just attack for the sake of destruction. They attacked to conquer, to claim, and to expand their influence. The raids were carefully planned, with the Vikings using their knowledge of the seas to surprise their enemies. They struck quickly, with precision, and then disappeared as swiftly as they arrived. Historians still debate whether the Viking raids were primarily driven by the desire for wealth, or if they were a result of political and social pressures within Viking society. Some believe that the raids were motivated by a desire to expand the Viking kingdom, while others suggest that they were a response to the changing political landscape of the North Sea. Regardless of the reasons behind the raids, what is clear is that the Vikings were a force to be reckoned with, and their raids left an indelible mark on the history of Europe. As the longships land on the shore, you can almost hear the roar of the warriors as they disembark, their shields raised high. The raid is about to begin, and the future of the village is uncertain. But the Vikings will leave their mark, as they always do. The year is 1066, and you stand at the edge of a Viking settlement, watching as the world around you changes. The once great Viking age is coming to an end. The Norman conquest of England has begun, and the Vikings are being pushed out of their homelands. The world is shifting, and the age of the Viking warrior is slowly fading away. As the years pass, the Vikings will adapt, but they will never be the same. They will become farmers, traders, and settlers, but the fierce warrior spirit that once defined them will be tempered by the changing times. The Viking age will live on in legend, but the world they knew will be lost to history. Historians still debate whether the end of the Viking age marked the decline of Viking society or whether it was simply a transformation into something new. Some argue that the Vikings were absorbed into the cultures they encountered, while others suggest that the Viking warriors retained their distinct identity, even as they adapted to new ways of life. As you stand in the fading light of the Viking world, you realize that the legacy of the Vikings will never truly fade. Their story, their influence, and their spirit will continue to inspire generations to come. As the fire crackles in the background, you sit back in your chair, the faintest remnants of the Viking world lingering in the room with you. The legacy of the Vikings lives on, not just in history books, but in the cultural fabric of many nations. From Scandinavia to the coasts of North America, the Vikings have left their mark. It's fascinating, really. The very name Viking conjures up images of fierce warriors, longships cutting through the waves, and treasures plundered from unsuspecting villages. But in truth, the Viking legacy is so much more. They were also settlers, traders, and explorers who shaped the course of history in ways both subtle and profound. You could be sitting in a modern-day cafe, chatting with someone from Iceland or Norway, and you might hear them speak of their Viking ancestry with pride. The Vikings' influence on these regions is still evident in the Nordic countries today. Their love for seafaring, their devotion to their family and clan, and their fierce independence are values that resonate to this very day. Historians still debate how much of modern-day Scandinavia is shaped by the Viking Age. Some believe that much of the Nordic culture can be directly traced back to the Vikings, while others argue that their influence was more fleeting, lost in the winds of time. Regardless of the debate, the Vikings remain an indelible part of Northern Europe's identity. As the last embers of the fire flicker out, you are left with a sense of awe at the scope of the Viking legacy. From the Viking sagas that have been passed down through generations to the names of places like Newfoundland, their impact is undeniable. The Vikings weren't just a passing chapter in history, they were a force that helped shape the world. You step outside, the crisp night air filling your lungs as the Viking sagas float through your mind. These ancient stories, passed down orally from generation to generation, were the foundation of Norse culture. They told tales of gods, monsters, and heroes' stories of epic battles and personal honor, of triumphs and losses. They were the lifeblood of Viking society, shaping their values, their worldview, and their understanding of the world. The sagas are more than just stories. They are history, culture, and mythology wrapped up in one. The Viking sagas gave voice to their people, allowing them to immortalize their struggles and achievements in written form. Through these sagas, we gain a glimpse into the daily life of the Vikings, their battles, their beliefs, and their extraordinary feats. Historians still debate the true historical accuracy of the sagas. While they contain kernels of truth, they are often laced with myth and exaggeration. But that doesn't diminish their significance. They offer a window into a world that no longer exists, a world where gods walked among men, and where honor in battle was the highest virtue. The Viking sagas were more than entertainment. They were a guide to living a life worthy of honor. They taught Vikings how to face death with courage, how to honor their ancestors, and how to maintain loyalty to their clan. They were essential tools in shaping the Viking identity, offering guidance and inspiration to all who listened. As you reflect on the sagas, you can almost hear the voices of the ancient bards, reciting their tales by firelight in the longhouses of Iceland and Norway. Those tales still echo through the ages, reminding us of the indomitable spirit of the Vikings. The Vikings were not just warriors, they were also innovators. Their societies, though based on a strong warrior code, were built on a system of governance that influenced the development of modern political systems. The Viking Thing, or assembly, was one of the earliest forms of democratic governance, where free men could gather to discuss laws, resolve disputes, and make important decisions for their communities. In many ways, the Vikings laid the groundwork for modern democratic principles. Their system of self-governance, in which individuals had a say in the decisions that affected their lives, was ahead of its time. The Thing was not just a place for the Vikings to meet, it was a place where they could voice their concerns, discuss their issues, and hold their leaders accountable. Historians still debate the extent to which the Vikings were truly democratic. Some argue that the Viking thing was a limited form of democracy, restricted to only a select portion of society, while others claim that it laid the foundation for more inclusive forms of governance. What is undeniable, however, is that the Vikings were pioneers in creating systems of government that valued the voice of the people, a principle that would echo through the centuries, eventually shaping modern systems of democracy. As you reflect on the Viking thing, you realize that the Vikings were not just a group of warriors, they were a society with a deep understanding of the importance of governance, fairness, and accountability. You sit by the fire, the embers still glowing as you ponder the Vikings' place in modern memory. The world today is vastly different from the one the Vikings inhabited, but their legacy remains. From films and TV shows to books and video games, the Vikings continue to captivate the imagination. Their saga lives on, not just as a historical fact, but as a symbol of adventure, exploration, and courage. But is the modern depiction of the Vikings accurate? Historians still debate how much of the Viking image portrayed in popular culture is true to life. Some argue that modern depictions, often filled with blood, violence, and exaggerated heroism, miss the deeper cultural aspects of Viking society. Others suggest that the Vikings were indeed as fierce and savage as the legends suggest, and that modern depictions simply reflect their historical realities. Whatever the truth may be, the Vikings remain a source of fascination. They are more than just a historical people, they are a mythic symbol of human potential, a reminder of the bravery and spirit that can drive individuals to conquer new worlds. As the night grows deeper, you feel a connection to the past, a sense that the Viking spirit lives on. The modern world may have changed, but the legacy of the Vikings remains a powerful force, one that continues to inspire, challenge, and captivate. As the Viking longships disappear over the horizon, you stand on the shore, looking out across the water. The world of the Vikings is gone, but their spirit endures. The Vikings were more than just warriors. They were dreamers, explorers, and pioneers. They sought to conquer not just lands, but the very limits of the world. And though their age has passed, their legacy still resonates through history. Historians still debate what the Vikings ultimately achieved. Some see them as invaders, others as conquerors, and still others as heroes of their own mythic tale. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in between. The Vikings were a complex people, driven by a mix of ambition, necessity, and curiosity. And it is this complexity that continues to fascinate us. As the night settles in, you feel the weight of the Viking legacy on your shoulders. The fire burns low, and the last whispers of the past fade into the quiet of the night. The Vikings may be gone, but their story will never be forgotten. Sleep well, and let the echoes of the Viking spirit guide you through the night. The air is cold as you stand by the fire, the crackling warmth contrasting with the chill of the night. The Viking raids, once the defining feature of the Viking Age, are now a thing of the past. The sounds of swords clashing and shields shattering have faded into the history books. Yet the final raids were not like those that came before them. The Vikings, who once seemed unstoppable in their fury, were now facing a world that had learned to defend against them. By the time the Viking Age was coming to a close, the once great raiders were fighting against fortified cities and armies far better equipped to meet their challenges. The final waves of Viking raids were less about conquering and more about survival in an ever-changing world. Historians still debate the exact causes of the Viking Age's end. Some argue that it was the spread of Christianity that weakened the once great Norse warriors, while others suggest that internal struggles among the Viking leaders led to their decline. What is clear, however, is that the last raids of the Vikings were a mere shadow of their former glory. The winds of change were blowing, and the Vikings could no longer hold back the tide of history. As you sit beside the fire, the final raids of the Viking Age feel like a distant memory, a Story that's been told 1,000 times but still manages to stir something deep within you. The end of an era has come, and with it, a world that will never be the same. You step into a bustling Viking market, the air filled with the sounds of merchants haggling, the clink of coins exchanging hands, and the chatter of families settling in for the evening. The Vikings were not just raiders, they were also skilled craftsmen, farmers, and traders who helped establish thriving kingdoms across northern Europe. The rise of the Viking kingdoms was as much a story of diplomacy as it was of warfare. The Vikings weren't just about conquering lands, they were also about securing resources and building power through alliances. As they began to settle in new territories, they established kingdoms that would eventually become the heart of modern Scandinavia. Historians still debate the true nature of these early Viking kingdoms. Were they united in their goal of creating powerful kingdoms, or were they just loosely connected bands of warriors? Some argue that the formation of these kingdoms was the result of shared goals, while others suggest that the Viking chiefs were more focused on individual gain than on building a collective future. Regardless of the debate, the Vikings created kingdoms that would endure for centuries, kingdoms that are still alive today in the form of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. As you walk through the market, you begin to realize that the Vikings were not just fierce warriors, they were also skilled diplomats and politicians, capable of forging alliances that would ensure the survival of their people for generations to come. As you sit beside the Viking longhouse, the fire flickering in front of you, you begin to think about the women of the Viking Age. While the Vikings are often portrayed as fierce men of war, the women of the time were equally important. These women were not just caretakers of the home, they were powerful figures in their own right. In Viking society, women had a unique role. While men were the warriors, women were often the ones who held the society together. They managed households, took care of children, and maintained the farms. Some women even took on roles of leadership and warfare. The idea of a Viking woman being a passive figure is a myth. Many Viking women were skilled in combat, and some even led raids alongside their male counterparts. Historians still debate the exact role of women in Viking society. Some argue that women were simply subservient to their husbands and fathers, while others suggest that women were more autonomous than previously believed. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. While the Viking women were expected to fulfill traditional roles, they were also capable of wielding power and influence in a society that valued strength and independence. As you think about the women of the Viking Age, you realize that they were not just the quiet companions of the warriors. They were essential to the very fabric of Viking life. Without them, the Vikings would not have been the society they were. You walk through the village as the evening sun sets, the shadows stretching long across the land. The Vikings are gone, but their influence is everywhere. The words they spoke, the language they used, has survived, woven into the very fabric of modern English and other languages. The Vikings left behind more than just physical monuments and cultural practices. They left behind a linguistic legacy that is still felt today. Many of the words we use in English today can be traced back to the Viking language, Old Norse, from everyday words like window to more complex terms like skirt. The Vikings left their mark on our vocabulary. Historians still debate the extent of the Viking influence on modern languages. While some believe that the influence was more limited, others argue that the Viking language shaped not only English but also other languages, such as French and German. What is undeniable is that the Vikings had a profound impact on the development of languages in Europe. As you think about the words you use every day, you can't help but feel a connection to the Vikings. Their influence has lasted far longer than their raids, and it continues to shape the way we communicate today. The wind howls as you stand on the cliffs overlooking the sea. The Viking Age is coming to an end. The longships that once sailed across the seas are now quiet, their sails furled and their crews disbanded. The world has changed, and with it, the Vikings have begun to fade into history. The Viking Age ended in the 11th century, marked by the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, where the Viking king Harald Hardrada was defeated by the English forces. This was the last great battle fought by the Vikings, and it marked the end of an era. The Vikings would never again have the same influence they once did. Historians still debate the causes of the Viking decline. Some argue that the Vikings were simply assimilated into the cultures they had once raided, while others suggest that the rise of more powerful kingdoms in Europe led to the end of the Viking way of life. Regardless of the cause, the world of the Vikings was forever changed. As the sun sets and the stars begin to appear, you reflect on the legacy of the Vikings. They may have disappeared, but their story will live on forever, a testament to the courage and spirit of a people who dared to conquer the seas and change the world. The sound of distant waves crashing against the shore fills your ears as you wander through the coastal village, feeling the salt on the air. The Vikings were not just raiders and warriors, they were some of the greatest explorers of their time. While they are often remembered for their pillaging, they also charted new territories and made incredible discoveries. The most famous of these discoveries was Vinland, the land the Vikings reached in North America. This wasn't just a mere legend or a myth told around the campfire, it was a reality. Leif Erikson, the son of Eric the Red, is credited with being one of the first Europeans to set foot in North America. Around the year 1000 AD, he named the land Vinland because of the wild grapes he found there, though some historians still debate the exact location, whether it was Newfoundland or somewhere along the coast of North America. Historians are still uncertain about the full extent of Viking exploration in the New World. Was Leif Erikson really the first European to discover North America, or were there others who came before him? And how far did the Vikings really travel? Some researchers suggest that they may have even reached as far as the American Midwest, but the evidence is scarce, and the true history remains a mystery. As you stand on the cliffs, you can't help but feel awe for the Vikings' fearless spirit. They sailed across vast oceans, exploring unknown lands, making their mark on history. The world they lived in may have been small compared to today's global landscape, but they were pioneers in a time when such journeys seemed impossible. The evening air is cool as you walk through the longhouse, the warm glow of the fire flickering in the distance. Viking religion was a complex web of gods, myths, and rituals that shaped the very fabric of their lives. The Norse gods, including Odin, Thor, and Freya, were central to Viking beliefs. These gods were not distant, untouchable beings. They were active participants in the lives of the Vikings, intervening in their daily struggles and triumphs. Odin, the chief god of the Norse pantheon, was associated with wisdom, war, and death. He sacrificed an eye in exchange for knowledge of the runes and the ability to foresee the future. Thor, his son, was the god of thunder and storms, often depicted with his hammer Mjolnir, ready to strike down the enemies of the gods. Freyja, the goddess of love, fertility, and battle, was another important figure, representing the balance between life and death. Historians still debate the true nature of Viking religion. Were the Vikings deeply spiritual, or was their belief system simply a tool to encourage bravery and strength in battle? Did they truly believe in the gods, or were these deities simply part of a mythology that helped explain the world around them? The truth likely lies somewhere in between. The Vikings had a strong sense of fate, and they believed that they were part of a larger divine narrative. As you sit beside the fire, you can almost feel the presence of the gods watching over you, as they once watched over the Vikings. Their stories were more than just myths. They were lessons, guiding principles, and warnings that resonated through the ages. The night is quiet, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. As you sit by the fire, you begin to think about how much of the Viking influence still lingers in the world today. The Vikings weren't just conquerors, they were also great communicators and innovators. Their influence can be found in the languages we speak, the names of places we visit, and the very way we think about the world. Many English words have their roots in Old Norse, the language spoken by the Vikings. From everyday words like sky and window to more complex terms like law and saga, the Vikings left their mark on the English language. In fact, historians have noted that the Viking influence on English was so strong that it helped shape the development of the language during the early Middle Ages. But the Vikings didn't just influence language, they also impacted the very culture of the places they settled. In Iceland, the Vikings left behind a rich literary tradition, with the sagas of the Vikings still being read and studied today. These sagas not only tell the stories of great heroes and battles, but also provide a window into the everyday lives of the Vikings, their values, their beliefs, and their ambitions. Historians still debate the full extent of the Viking influence on modern culture. Some argue that the Vikings were a significant force in shaping the medieval world, while others suggest that their influence was more subtle, woven into the fabric of society in ways we don't always recognize. But one thing is certain, the legacy of the Vikings endures in the languages we speak, the names we use, and the stories we tell. You wander through a small, quiet gallery, the walls adorned with images of the past. The Vikings may have been fierce warriors, but they were also talented artists and storytellers. Their art, from intricate metalwork to elaborate carvings, reflects the world they inhabited, a world filled with both beauty and violence. The Viking sagas, too, have become a vital part of world literature, preserving the myths and stories of the Vikings for generations to come. The art of the Vikings was often functional as well as decorative. Weapons, shields, and helmets were all meticulously crafted, decorated with symbols that had deep meaning. Viking ships, too, were works of art, sleek, fast, and powerful, designed to carry warriors across the seas and to strike fear into their enemies. The Viking sagas remain some of the most important works of literature from the medieval period. Written in Old Norse, these sagas tell the stories of legendary figures, epic battles, and the gods themselves. They offer a glimpse into the hearts and minds of the Vikings, capturing their complex worldview, where honor, loyalty, and fate were paramount. Historians still debate the true nature of Viking art and literature. Were the Vikings truly as artistically inclined as they are often portrayed, or did their art serve more practical purposes? What is clear, however, is that their contributions to literature, art, and culture have stood the test of time. As you gaze at the images on the walls, you can't help but feel a deep connection to the Vikings. Their art and stories have transcended time, reminding us of a people who were as creative as they were fierce. The wind howls as you stand on the cliffs overlooking the sea. The Viking Age is coming to an end. The once feared Vikings who sailed the seas and conquered lands have faded into history. Their long ships are now still, their swords sheathed. The world they knew is no more. The Viking Age ended in the 11th century, marked by the Battle of Stamford Bridge in 1066, where the Viking king Harald Hardrada was defeated by the English forces. This was the last great battle fought by the Vikings, and it marked the end of their era. The Vikings would never again have the same influence they once did. Historians still debate the causes of the Viking decline. Some argue that the rise of stronger kingdoms in England and France made the Vikings' way of life unsustainable. Others suggest that internal conflict and the advent of Christianity weakened the Viking spirit. Regardless of the cause, the Vikings were no longer the powerful force they once were. As the sun sets and the stars begin to appear, you reflect on the legacy of the Vikings. They may have disappeared, but their story will live on forever. a testament to the courage and spirit of a people who dared to conquer the seas and change the world. You walk along a bustling street, the world moving around you, but in the stillness of your mind, you think about how much of the Viking legacy is still present in modern society. It's easy to think of the Vikings as distant figures from the past, fierce warriors with horned helmets and long ships, but their influence is far from gone. From the Nordic countries to everyday English words, the Viking influence has shaped the world in ways we often don't even realize. In the United Kingdom, for example, much of the modern English language is influenced by Old Norse. Words like sky, window, they, and husband all have Viking origins. This linguistic legacy is a testament to the lasting impact of the Vikings on the development of language and culture in places they once raided, settled, and ruled. But the Vikings didn't just leave their mark on language. Their impact on modern culture is also evident in popular media. From movies and television shows to video games, the Viking story continues to captivate audiences around the world. Shows like Vikings and The Last Kingdom have brought the Viking Age back to life for a new generation. But how much of what we see on the screen is true to history and how much is purely fictional? Historians still debate how much of the modern Viking representation in popular culture is accurate. Are the Vikings really as bloodthirsty and violent as they are often portrayed, or were they more complex, multifaceted people? The truth likely lies somewhere in the middle: warriors, yes, but also farmers, traders, and explorers who helped shape the world we live in today. As you stroll through the city, you can't help but feel a deep connection to the past. The Vikings may have left their physical mark on the world, but their cultural legacy continues to echo through time. The wind picks up, and the salty breeze stirs the hairs on your neck as you stand on the shore, gazing out at the vast expanse of water. To the Vikings, the sea was not just a means of travel, it was a way of life. Their longships, sleek and powerful, allowed them to explore, conquer, and trade with lands far and wide. The Vikings were masters of the sea, and it was the sea that made them who they were. The Viking longship was a marvel of engineering, designed for speed, agility, and endurance. With a shallow draft, the ships could sail into rivers, allowing the Vikings to raid and trade as far inland as the heart of Europe. The Viking longship could also withstand the roughest of seas, making it perfect for the open ocean. These ships were not just tools of war. They were symbols of the Viking spirit, a spirit that was free, fearless, and adventurous. Historians still debate the true extent of the Vikings' love of the sea. Were the Vikings truly just a seafaring people, or did they also have a deep spiritual connection to the water? Some researchers suggest that the Vikings viewed the sea as a living entity, one that must be respected and feared. But others believe that the Vikings simply saw the sea as a means of survival, a way to explore, conquer, and trade. Regardless of the truth, the sea was integral to their way of life. As you watch the waves crash against the shore, you can't help but wonder what it must have been like to live in a time when the sea was both a source of life and a place of mystery. The Vikings sailed across the seas, facing dangers and challenges that would seem impossible to us today. And yet, they did it with a sense of purpose and determination that is still awe-inspiring. The night is quiet, and the only sound you hear is the wind rustling through the trees. The Viking Age is coming to an end. The once feared Vikings who sailed across the seas, plundering and conquering, are fading into history. Their ships, once the terror of Europe, now lie abandoned, their sails no longer catching the wind. The end of the Viking Age came in 1066, when King Harald Hardrada of Norway was defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge by the forces of King Harold Godwinson of England. This battle, though a significant event in Viking history, was also the death knell for the Viking Age. With Harold's defeat, the Vikings were no longer the force they had once been. Their raids and invasions came to an end, and their kingdoms were gradually absorbed into the growing kingdoms of Europe. Historians still debate the causes of the Viking Age's end. Some argue that the rise of powerful European monarchies, such as those in England and France, made the Vikings' way of life unsustainable. Others suggest that internal conflicts and the rise of Christianity weakened the Viking spirit. Regardless of the cause, the end of the Viking Age marked a turning point in European history. As you stand in the quiet of the night, you can feel the weight of history pressing down on you. The Vikings are gone, but their legacy endures. The world has changed, but their story lives on in the hearts and minds of those who still admire their courage, their spirit, and their way of life. You sit by the fire, the warmth of the flames flickering in the cool night air. The Vikings may be long gone, but their legacy continues to shape the world we live in today. From the languages we speak to the stories we tell, the Vikings have left an indelible mark on modern culture. In Iceland, the Vikings' descendants still live, and their culture remains deeply rooted in the island's history. Icelandic sagas written in the medieval period continue to be read and studied today. These sagas, which tell the stories of legendary Viking heroes and their exploits, have become a symbol of Icelandic pride and identity. In fact, the Icelandic sagas are often considered the greatest contribution of the Vikings to world literature. But the Vikings didn't just influence literature, they also left their mark on modern entertainment. From movies like The Vikings to TV shows like Vikings and the Lost Kingdom, the Viking Age has been brought to life for new generations. Yet, while the Vikings are often depicted as bloodthirsty raiders, there's much more to their story than what we see on screen. Historians still debate the extent to which the Vikings influenced modern culture. Some argue that their impact has been overstated, while others believe that the Vikings were a pivotal force in shaping the world we know today. What is certain is that the Vikings' legacy continues to endure, and their story will live on for generations to come. As the fire burns low and the night deepens, you think about the enduring myth of the Vikings. The truth about the Vikings may have been obscured over time, but their myth persists. The Vikings are remembered not just for their raids and conquests, but for their sense of adventure, their fearlessness, and their relentless pursuit of glory. But what is the truth of the Viking myth? Historians still debate whether the Vikings were truly as fearsome as we've been led to believe. Were they really the savage warriors of legend, or were they simply a people struggling to survive in a brutal world? Some suggest that the Vikings were more complex than their reputation suggests, driven by a mix of ambition, survival, and a desire for freedom. But the myth endures, and it continues to inspire. The Vikings have become symbols of strength, courage, and resilience, qualities that resonate deeply in today's world. Their story, filled with both triumph and tragedy, remains a testament to the human spirit's desire to conquer the unknown. As you sit in the quiet of the night, you realize that the Vikings will never truly fade away. Their story will continue to be told, to inspire, and to remind us of a time when the world was a much smaller, yet infinitely more dangerous place. The wind howls through the trees as you sit by the fire, its embers crackling in the cool air. You can almost feel the Viking spirit, a drive, a hunger for something more, something beyond the horizon. It was the spirit that pushed the Vikings to sail into the unknown, to conquer lands and create a legacy that still lingers in the world today. The Vikings were not just warriors, they were adventurers, explorers, and dreamers. They sought glory, not just in battle, but in discovering new lands, new peoples, and new ways of life. In their sagas, the Vikings speak of Valhalla, the great hall of the slain, where warriors who died bravely in battle would be welcomed by Odin himself. But it wasn't just about dying gloriously. It was about living with purpose, seeking honor, and leaving a legacy behind. The Vikings believed that their fate was shaped by the gods, but they also believed in their own agency. Their actions, their decisions, and their courage mattered. Historians still debate the true nature of the Viking spirit. Was it as romanticized as the sagas suggest, or was it simply the product of a people living in harsh conditions, struggling to survive in a brutal world? Some argue that the Vikings were driven by survival rather than glory, while others believe that the desire for fame and recognition was a core part of their identity. As the flames dance in the fire, you can't help but admire the Vikings' courage and ambition. They were a people who refused to settle for the ordinary, who sought something more, something greater. And while their world may have been filled with danger and hardship, their spirit was unyielding. The night falls silent around you, and as you sit in the quiet, the question arises, how did the Vikings shape their identity in the context of the world around them? Were they the barbarians of history, defined only by their raids and plunders? Or were they more than that, intellectuals, farmers, merchants, and explorers, shaping not only their own world, but the future of the Mediterranean and Northern Europe? The Vikings were not just a one-dimensional force. They were a people who valued family, community, and above all, their warrior ethos. But there was also a deeply spiritual element to their identity. Their beliefs, rooted in Norse mythology, dictated every aspect of their life, from the way they fought in battle to how they navigated the seas. Historians still debate the true nature of Viking identity. Were they just raiders and conquerors, or was there a more complex cultural and spiritual side to them? Some scholars argue that Viking culture was centered around a need for survival, driven by the harsh environment they lived in. Others suggest that the Vikings saw themselves as destined for greatness, their raiding and exploration a means to carve out their place in a world dominated by powerful empires. As you sit in the quiet of the night, it's hard not to feel a deep respect for these people who define their own destiny in the face of overwhelming odds. The Vikings weren't just fighting for land, they were fighting for their place in the world, for their identity, and for the future of their people. The soft patter of rain against the window pulls you from your thoughts, and you reflect on the end of the Viking Age, a turning point in history, not just for the Vikings, but for all of Europe. The Viking Age came to a close in 1066 with the Battle of Stamford Bridge, where Harold Hardrada, the last great Viking king, was defeated by King Harold Godwinson of England. It was a defining moment in history, the final stand of a people whose presence had once been felt from the shores of North America to the gates of Constantinople. But the Vikings were not just warriors. They were also settlers, merchants, and traders. The end of the Viking Age was not just the end of an era of raiding and pillaging, it was the end of a way of life. The Vikings had changed the face of Europe, but their departure left a void, a new world that was about to be shaped by different powers. Historians still debate the reasons for the Viking Age's end. Was it the rise of stronger kingdoms in England, France, and Scandinavia that made the Vikings' way of life unsustainable? Or was it the gradual shift in European politics and society that left the Vikings behind? Regardless of the cause, the end of the Viking Age marked a shift in European history that would have far-reaching consequences for centuries to come. As you sit in the quiet of the night, the sound of the rain steady outside, you can almost hear the clash of swords, the roar of warriors, and the cries of victory and defeat. The Viking Age has come to an end, but its legacy will endure forever. The fire crackles softly, and the warm glow fills the room. The Vikings had a deep spiritual connection to the natural world. Their beliefs were woven into the fabric of the land, the sea, and the sky. The Norse gods and spirits of nature played an integral part in their daily lives, guiding them in battle, in their voyages, and in their understanding of the world. The Vikings believed that the world was governed by forces beyond their control gods, spirits, and the elements themselves. Odin, the god of wisdom and war, was their supreme deity, but they also revered other gods like Thor, the god of thunder, and Freya, the goddess of love and fertility. The Vikings saw nature not as something to be conquered, but as something to be respected and honored. Historians still debate the nature of the Viking relationship with nature. Did they view their gods as literal beings who guided their lives, or were these gods symbolic representations of natural forces? Some suggest that the Vikings saw their gods as extensions of the world itself, while others argue that their gods were more abstract concepts, representing ideals like strength, courage, and honor. As you sit by the fire, listening to the crackling of the flames, you can almost feel the connection the Vikings had with the land, the sea, and the sky. It's a connection that transcends time and place, one that still resonates with us today. The night deepens, and the sound of the wind howling through the trees fills the air. The Vikings are gone, but their myth endures. The image of the Viking warrior, strong, fearless, and unyielding, has been romanticized in literature, film, and television. But how much of this myth is rooted in reality? Historians still debate the true nature of the Vikings. Were they really the savage raiders that popular culture depicts, or were they more complex, multifaceted people? Some argue that the Vikings were driven by necessity, that they were simply people trying to survive in a harsh world. Others suggest that the Vikings were motivated by a desire for glory and fame, seeking to leave their mark on the world. What is certain, however, is that the Vikings remain an enduring symbol of strength, courage, and resilience. Their legacy continues to inspire and captivate people around the world. Their story is one of triumph and tragedy, of adventure and exploration, and it is a story that will continue to be told for generations to come. As the night comes to a close, you reflect on the Vikings and their place in history. They may be gone, but their myth endures, and their story will live on forever. The soft hum of the night surrounds you, and the flickering light from the fire casts dancing shadows on the walls. As you sit, you reflect on how much the Vikings continue to shape the world we live in. While their ships may no longer sail the seas, their impact is still felt in our everyday lives. From language to law, culture, and even pop culture, the legacy of the Vikings endures. In Scandinavia, the influence of the Vikings is palpable. Iceland, for example, proudly claims its Viking roots, and its national identity is deeply tied to the stories of its seafaring ancestors. The Icelandic sagas, which recount the adventures and battles of legendary Viking heroes, are still cherished today. Their words not only historical records, but cultural treasures. In England, Viking influence remains, especially in the language. Cities like York and Dublin, founded by Viking settlers, carry the echoes of the Old Norse language. Old Norse words like sky, knife, and sail have made their way into modern English, a testament to the Vikings' enduring linguistic influence. Historians still debate the full extent of the Viking legacy. Were they truly as impactful as their sagas suggest, or were they simply a small but persistent force in European history? Some argue that the Vikings were more influential than we realize, while others downplay their importance in shaping the course of European civilization. Regardless, their impact is undeniable, and their story continues to be celebrated and studied today. As you sit by the fire, the crackling flames seem to tell their own story, the story of the Vikings, whose adventure and spirit continue to shape the world in ways we don't always see. The cold wind blows across the open plain as you stand at the edge of the world, looking out over the vast ocean. The Vikings were known for their exploration, fearless men and women who sailed across treacherous waters, seeking new lands, new riches, and new adventures. But among their greatest achievements was something that many people still don't realize. The Vikings were among the first Europeans to discover North America. Around the year 1000, Leif Erikson, the son of the legendary Eric the Red, set sail from Greenland and made landfall in what is now Canada. He called the area Vinland, And although the exact location of his settlement remains a subject of scholarly debate, it's widely accepted that the Vikings were the first Europeans to reach the shores of North America long before Columbus. Historians still debate the extent of the Vikings' exploration. Some argue that they established lasting settlements in North America, while others suggest that their voyages were brief and that they never truly colonized the land. Still, the evidence of their presence is undeniable. Ruins in Lonesome Meadows, located in modern-day Newfoundland, show that the Vikings built structures and lived there for a time. As you stand on the edge of the world, you can't help but imagine the bravery it took to sail across the ocean, to journey into the unknown. The Vikings were pioneers, explorers who saw the world as something to be conquered, not feared. Their legacy as explorers, whether or not they colonized North America, is forever etched in history. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore fills the air, and the salty breeze carries with it the unmistakable scent of the sea. You stand on the deck of a Viking longship, the most iconic symbol of Viking exploration. These ships, long and sleek, were marvels of ancient engineering. Designed to sail across the open seas, the longship was the Vikings' ticket to adventure, war, and conquest. The longship was an engineering wonder of its time, light enough to navigate rivers and shallow waters, yet sturdy enough to cross the turbulent North Atlantic. These ships were perfect for the Vikings' seafaring lifestyle. The ships were built with overlapping planks, creating a hull that was both strong and flexible. The Vikings' ability to build such ships was one of the key factors that allowed them to explore and conquer distant lands. Historians still debate how the Viking longship was constructed. Some suggest that the shipbuilding techniques were passed down from older indigenous traditions, while others argue that the Vikings developed their own unique style of shipbuilding. What is clear is that the longship was ahead of its time, a tool that allowed the Vikings to travel farther, faster, and with more efficiency than any other seafaring people of the time. As you sit by the fire, the sound of the waves gently lapping against the shore seems to echo the movement of the Viking longship across the sea. The Vikings were masters of the water, their ships carrying them to new lands and new opportunities. Their legacy as seafarers lives on, and their ships remain one of the greatest achievements of their culture. The chill of the night air wraps around you as you stand on the battlefield, the echoes of war and conquest ringing in your ears. The Vikings were not only explorers, they were conquerors, and their raids on cities and kingdoms across Europe changed the course of history. From England to France, from Ireland to Russia, the Vikings left their mark on the world, establishing kingdoms and empires that would last for centuries. The Viking conquests were brutal, but they were also strategic. The Vikings used their ships to launch raids on coastal towns and cities, often catching their enemies by surprise. They were quick, efficient, and deadly, but they were also pragmatic. The Vikings didn't just raid for treasure, they raided to establish settlements, to carve out new territories for their people. One of the most notable Viking kingdoms was in Normandy, where Rollo, a Viking chieftain, became the first ruler of the region. The Normans, as they came to be known, would go on to have a profound impact on European history, especially with William the Conqueror's invasion of England in 1066. Historians still debate the Vikings' role in the establishment of kingdoms. Were they simply raiders, or were they the founders of great empires? Some suggest that the Vikings were more than just conquerors. They were the architects of new political orders, the builders of kingdoms that would shape the future of Europe. As you stand on the battlefield, the air still and quiet, you reflect on the Vikings' legacy. They were a people who carved their place in history through strength, cunning, and the will to create something lasting. Their kingdoms may have faded, but their impact remains. The wind whispers through the trees as you sit in the quiet of the night, reflecting on the Viking Age's lasting impact. The Vikings may no longer roam the seas, but their influence is still felt today. From Hollywood films to TV shows, from sports teams to place names, the Vikings continue to captivate our imaginations. The Vikings have become synonymous with adventure, with warrior spirit, and with the pursuit of glory. But their legacy is more than just the stuff of legends. The Vikings left behind a tangible legacy that still shapes modern culture. The Viking longship, the runes, the sagas, all of these are part of the enduring Viking legacy. Historians still debate the extent of the Vikings' influence on modern culture. Some argue that their impact has been exaggerated, while others point to the lasting symbols and stories that still resonate with us today. What is certain is that the Vikings continue to inspire and captivate us, their story living on in the world of popular culture and beyond. As the night draws to a close, the sound of the wind fades into the distance. The Vikings may have left their world behind, but their story remains forever etched in the fabric of history. The cold air surrounds you, and the flickering firelight casts the shadows on the walls as you think about the Viking world. It wasn't all pillaging and exploration. Beneath the surface of their violent reputation, the Vikings were also deeply concerned with law and order. Their society was governed by a system of laws known as the Thing, which were gatherings held in open-air courts where free men gathered to resolve disputes, settle disputes, and make decisions for the community. The Thing was a symbol of Viking democracy, where men would discuss and debate issues affecting their community. While it might sound like a chaotic free-for-all to modern ears, the Vikings believed in fairness and justice, and these gatherings were seen as essential to maintaining peace and order in their rugged world. Historians still debate how democratic these gatherings really were. Some argue that they were an early form of representative government, while others suggest they were more akin to tribal councils, dominated by the most powerful families. Regardless, the Thing was an important part of Viking culture, and it showed that, despite their reputation as brutal warriors, the Vikings were also a society concerned with law, order, and justice. As you sit by the fire, listening to the crackling flames, you can almost hear the voices of the men gathered around the Thing, their heated debates over land disputes, feuds, and marriages. The Vikings may have been warriors, but they were also a people who valued their freedom, their rights, and their sense of justice. The sea stretches out before you, dark and mysterious, and you wonder just how far the Vikings would have gone if they had the chance. We know that they explored vast regions, from the coasts of North America to the shores of Russia, but there are still mysteries that remain. Some historians believe the Vikings may have ventured as far as the Middle East, possibly reaching Constantinople and even trading with the Byzantine Empire. While the Vikings are most famous for their raids in Western Europe, it's their exploration to the east that often gets overlooked. The Viking presence in Russia is well documented, with the Rus, an early Slavic people, being named after the Vikings who settled there. The Vikings also left their mark on Ireland, Scotland, and England, where they set up permanent settlements and mingled with the locals. Historians still debate how far the Vikings actually ventured. Did they explore the Arab world, or did their expeditions end somewhere in Eastern Europe? Some argue that their influence reached far beyond what we've uncovered so far, while others believe that the Vikings stayed closer to their homelands than we realize. What is certain is that their exploration was not confined to Europe, and that their reach stretched across vast territories. As you gaze out over the water, it's easy to imagine the Vikings' fearless explorers, eager to chart new worlds. Their ships carried them into uncharted territory, and though their voyages were long and dangerous, they remained undeterred. For the Vikings, the world was a place to conquer, explore, and make their mark. As the wind howls outside, you feel a chill in the air and think about the Vikings' spiritual beliefs, which were deeply connected to their understanding of the world. The Norse gods played a central role in Viking life. Odin, the god of wisdom and war, was their supreme deity, but there were many other gods and goddesses that they revered. Thor, the god of thunder, was one of the most popular, while Freya, the goddess of love, fertility, and war, was another key figure in their pantheon. The Vikings believed that the gods controlled all aspects of life, from the weather to the fate of warriors. They also believed in the concept of Valhalla, the great hall where warriors who died in battle were honored. According to Viking belief, these warriors would feast and fight in the afterlife, preparing for the final battle of the world, Ragnarok, the end of everything. Historians still debate the true nature of Viking religion. Was it simply a series of myths created to explain the world, or did the Vikings truly believe in the gods and the afterlife? Some argue that the Vikings saw their gods as real, physical beings, while others suggest that they viewed them as symbolic representations of the natural forces around them. As you sit by the fire, the flickering flames seem to dance and flicker like the gods themselves. The Vikings believed that their fate was tied to these gods, and they sought their favor through rituals and sacrifices. Whether or not they believed in their gods as literal beings, their spiritual connection to the world around them was undeniable. As the night draws in, you think about the women of the Viking world. The Vikings are often seen as a society dominated by men warriors, kings, and raiders, but the role of women in Viking society was far from insignificant. Viking women were not just housewives. They were also warriors, leaders, and traders in their own right. In Viking society, women had more freedom than in many other cultures at the time. They could own property, inherit land, and even divorce their husbands. Some Viking women, like the legendary Shield Maidens, fought alongside the men in battle. While their role in battle was likely exaggerated in later sagas, there is evidence that women in Viking society did engage in combat, either as part of their warrior training or in defense of their families. Historians still debate the role of women in Viking society. Were they truly as empowered as some sagas suggest, or were their roles more traditional than we realize? Some argue that the Vikings viewed women as equals, while others believe that their role was more constrained by societal norms. Regardless of the debate, it's clear that Viking women played a significant role in shaping the culture and society of the time. As you sit in the quiet of the night, it's easy to imagine the women of the Viking world strong, resilient, and as much a part of the Viking legacy as the men. Their stories may not be as well known, but they were just as crucial in shaping the world of the Vikings. The fire crackles softly as the final chapter of the Viking Age draws near. The winds have shifted, and the once mighty Viking kingdoms are now part of larger empires. The Vikings have faded into history, their raids, settlements, and kingdoms no longer the forces they once were. The world has changed, and the Vikings are no longer the unstoppable force they once were. Historians still debate the final days of the Vikings. Was it the rise of stronger kingdoms in England, France, and Scandinavia that ended the Viking Age? Or was it the internal struggles within Viking society itself? What is clear is that the Viking Age came to an end, and the world moved on. But the Vikings are not forgotten. Their legacy lives on in the names of cities, in language, and in the stories we tell. They remain a symbol of adventure, strength, and resilience. Their ships may no longer sail the seas, but their spirit endures, a reminder of a people who conquered the world if only for a time. As you sit in the quiet of the night, the sound of the wind outside seems to echo the voices of the Vikings, brave, bold, and unyielding. The Viking Age may have ended, but the story of the Vikings lives on, forever etched in the pages of history. The moonlight spills through the window, casting its soft glow across the room. You sit back and reflect on how the Vikings weren't just warriors, but also skilled traders and savvy businessmen. Their reputation as fierce fighters often overshadows their accomplishments in commerce. But the Vikings were essential players in shaping the early medieval economy. From their homelands in Scandinavia, the Vikings ventured far and wide, trading goods such as fur, iron, and weapons for spices, silk, and treasures from the east. The Viking trading routes spanned across Europe, Asia, and even the Middle East, connecting distant lands and creating a network that was vital for the exchange of goods, ideas, and culture. Historians still debate the extent of Viking influence on global trade. Some argue that the Vikings played a crucial role in the development of the European economy, while others believe that their contributions were more localized. Regardless, the Vikings' ability to establish trade routes and build lasting relationships with distant cultures remains one of their most significant achievements. As you sit in the quiet of the night, the rustling of the wind outside seems to echo the Vikings' trade routes. They were not just conquerors, they were also explorers and entrepreneurs, shaping the early global economy in ways we often overlook. The fire crackles softly, and you can almost hear the whispers of ancient words in the air. The Vikings didn't just conquer lands, they also left an indelible mark on language, especially in England. The Old Norse language, spoken by the Vikings, has had a profound influence on the English language, with thousands of words and expressions borrowed from the Viking tongue. In northern England, where the Vikings established strongholds, the impact of Old Norse is still evident today. Words like sky, window, and egg all trace their roots back to the Viking language. Many place names in England, such as York and Derby, are also derived from Old Norse. Historians still debate how much of Old Norse was actually integrated into English. Was it just the Viking settlers who influenced the language, or did the language of the Vikings become widely spoken across England? Some suggest that the Vikings had a far greater influence on the development of the English language than we realize, while others argue that their impact was more subtle and localized. Regardless, the Vikings left their linguistic mark, and their words continue to shape our everyday speech. As you sit back, you can't help but wonder how many of the words you use every day come from the Vikings. Their legacy lives on, not just in the ruins they left behind, but in the very language we speak. The flickering light from the fire illuminates the walls, and you feel a quiet sense of awe as you think about the Vikings' art and symbolism. Though often remembered for their swords and shields, the Vikings were also master craftsmen, creating intricate jewelry, weapons, and carvings that have stood the test of time. The Viking art was heavily influenced by their beliefs in the supernatural. The Vikings were deeply spiritual, and their art often depicted the gods, mythical creatures, and symbols that were important to them. From Thor's hammer to the Wolf of Fenrir, their art was filled with imagery that connected them to their gods and their fate. Historians still debate the significance of Viking art. Some argue that it was merely decorative, while others believe it was a way for the Vikings to express their beliefs and communicate with the gods. The Viking symbols, such as the wolf, the Odin's ravens, and the Thor's hammer, are still used today, a testament to the lasting influence of Viking culture. As you sit in the quiet of the night, the glowing embers of the fire seem to flicker like the symbols on a Viking's shield. The Vikings' art was not just about decoration, it was about communicating their connection to the divine and the forces that shaped their world. The fire crackles softly, and you find yourself lost in thought, imagining the grand ceremonies that once took place around the burial sites of the Vikings. The Vikings believed that the afterlife was just as important as life itself, and their burial practices reflected their belief in honor and the eternal journey. The Vikings practiced elaborate burial rituals for their dead, especially for those who had died in battle. Warriors were often buried with their weapons, shields, and personal belongings, so that they could continue their journey into the afterlife. The most famous of these burials is the ship burial, where a Viking was laid to rest in a ship, surrounded by treasures, as if preparing for another voyage across the seas. Historians still debate the significance of the Viking burial practices. Were they merely ceremonial, or did the Vikings believe that death was a continuation of life? Some argue that these burials were a way for the Vikings to honor their dead, while others believe that they were an essential part of their belief system, helping the deceased to travel to the afterlife. As you sit in the quiet night, you imagine the sound of the oars on the ship, the solemn silence of the warriors as they journey into the unknown. The Vikings understood that death was a part of life, and they honored their ancestors with grand ceremonies that have echoed down through the centuries. The wind howls outside, and you feel the chill of the evening air, knowing that the Viking Age is coming to a close. The Vikings, once masters of the seas, are now fading into history. Their raids have slowed, their kingdoms have been absorbed into larger empires, and their legacy is now just a memory. Historians still debate the end of the Viking Age. Was it the rise of more powerful kingdoms in Europe, or was it the internal decline of Viking society that caused their downfall? Some argue that the Vikings were assimilated into the growing European states, while others suggest that the age of Viking exploration and conquest ended with the rise of new military tactics and stronger defenses. As you sit in the quiet of the night, you reflect on the incredible legacy of the Vikings. Their raids, their exploration, their culture, it all still resonates today. They may no longer sail the seas, but their spirit endures, a reminder of a people who sought to conquer the world. The Vikings are gone, but their story is not forgotten. It lives on, carried through the winds of time, across the lands they once sailed, and in the stories we tell. The night is quiet, and you think about how the Vikings still live on in the world today. Their legend has been told and retold through books, movies, and television shows. But the Vikings are more than just characters in popular culture. Their influence is still felt in modern language, art, and even in the way we view exploration. From the names of cities like York and Dublin to the words we use every day, the Vikings have left their mark. Terms like berserk, sky, and window all trace their origins back to Old Norse, the language of the Vikings. Even the days of the week are named after Viking gods: Tuesday for Tyr, Wednesday for Odin, and Thursday for Thor. The Vikings' influence is also seen in the resurgence of interest in their history. Viking festivals, reenactments, and museums continue to attract people who want to learn more about these fascinating people. The Vikings may be gone, but their legacy is far from over. They live on, not just in the past, but in our present as well. Historians still debate the true extent of the Vikings' influence on modern culture. Some argue that their impact has been exaggerated, while others believe that the Vikings played a far greater role in shaping the modern world than we realize. Regardless, the fact remains that the Vikings continue to inspire us today. The fire burns low, and you reflect on the Viking warrior code. The Vikings were a people defined by their fierce warriors and their unyielding code of honor. Their values were rooted in bravery, loyalty, and strength. The Vikings lived and died by their weapons, and their reputation as fearsome fighters was earned through generations of training, raiding, and battle. But the Viking code was more than just about fighting. It was about loyalty to your comrades and respect for your enemies. The Vikings believed in Vikingskap, the warrior brotherhood that bound them together, making them stronger as a unit. They fought not only for themselves, but for their people, their gods, and their land. Historians still debate the true nature of the Vikings' warrior code. Some argue that the Vikings were simply ruthless, while others suggest that their code of honor was rooted in a deep sense of morality and respect for their fellow warriors. Whatever the truth may be, the Vikings were defined by their warrior culture and their willingness to fight to the death for their beliefs. As you sit by the fire, you can almost feel the weight of the Viking sword in your hand. The bond between you and your fellow warriors stronger than anything else in the world. The Vikings may be gone, but their code of honor endures. The wind howls outside, and you reflect on the sheer scale of Viking exploration. The Vikings weren't just raiders. They were also master navigators, explorers, and traders. They sailed the seas in their long ships, traveling far beyond the familiar shores of Scandinavia. They reached the coast of North America, Greenland, Iceland, and even Russia, creating a vast network of settlements and trade routes. Historians still debate the extent of the Vikings' exploration. Did they really reach North America long before Columbus? Some argue that the Vikings' voyages were more limited, while others believe they were pioneers who shaped the course of history through their travels. Regardless of the truth, the Vikings were undeniably the most advanced navigators of their time, using the stars, the winds, and the seas to chart a course through the unknown. As you sit, you can almost hear the creaking of the Viking longships as they cut through the waves, their sails billowing in the wind. The Vikings were explorers, pushing the boundaries of the known world and expanding their influence far beyond their homeland. The fire flickers as you think about the Vikings and their ability to survive in one of the harshest climates in the world. Scandinavia was not a land of abundance. The Vikings faced long winters, harsh storms, and rugged terrain. Yet, despite these challenges, they thrived. Their strength, resilience, and resourcefulness allowed them to not only survive, but to conquer and settle vast territories. Historians still debate how the Vikings managed to survive and thrive in such harsh conditions. Some argue that their ability to adapt to the environment and utilize the resources available to them was key to their success. Others suggest that their warrior mentality and their ability to fight for survival played a central role. Whatever the reason, the Vikings were a people defined by their strength and their will to survive. As you sit by the fire, you can feel the chill of the Viking world. The cold winds, the snow, the mountains, all of it seems so distant, yet so real. The Vikings weren't just warriors. They were survivors, and their legacy of strength and resilience endures. The night is quiet, and the winds outside seem to whisper the final words of the Viking story. The Viking Age, once a time of raids, conquest, and exploration, is coming to a close. The Vikings have been absorbed into the larger empires of Europe, their lands and kingdoms conquered or merged with the expanding powers of England, France, and Russia. Their once fearsome raids have ended, and their legacy has been passed down through the ages. Historians still debate how the Viking Age came to an end. Was it the rise of stronger kingdoms? Was it the internal decline of the Vikings? Or was it simply the inevitable passage of time? Whatever the reason, the Vikings faded into history, their influence gradually waning. But as the night deepens, you realize that the Vikings are not forgotten. Their story continues to captivate and inspire, their legacy living on in the words we speak, the places we visit, and the stories we tell. The Vikings may no longer rule the seas, but their spirit endures. The Vikings were a people who lived fiercely, fought hard, and explored the world. And though their time has passed, their place in history is secure. The legend of the Vikings will never be forgotten, and their story will live on for generations to come.